What's up? Oh, welcome back, welcome back. Is my audio good? Yeah! Alright, good. Just, I'll be right back. Fuck! Every fucking time. Oh. Ha 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 ha! Let me tell you a scary story. There. There's a camera pointed back at you. don't feel good. I was just like that shit. So grainy. I'm so like frustrated right now. There's so much work I need to do, and I just none of it. I mean, today was a wash because I knew none of it was gonna get done. And then Brunson has been struggling at school. Hey, man. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. We got going on over here. We're just changing our. We're kind of blue right now. So, welcome to the Blue Room. Share your thoughts. I appreciate you popping by. Spilled my bong everywhere. It's always great. Maybe the third or fourth time this last weekend. My thoughts, definitely. My current thoughts right now. So, I'm running into a little bit of a brick wall. I am getting ready to go to SciCon. I am a psilocybin provider, and we're ready to launch a program too. 13 episodes about the psychedelic experience and its potentials for helping with PTSD, depression, anxiety, and just having fun too, and all the other different types of studies that are going on. So, and then right now I'm facing, we're 2 months out from our licensing re-up, and I'm facing an eviction due to just a no-cause eviction. So we're having to like rethink our whole business, but we've risked everything to just get it off the ground for the first 3 months. So it's kind of ridiculous to, think of how to move a whole business when you don't even have a year's worth of documentation, a year's worth of sales going on. I mean, we barely just got ourselves off the ground. So we're already facing that. Something I knew when I was first going into this, looking at investors, working with investors, that was something I kept bringing up. Like, it would be better for somebody to own the property. That's a surefire bet. You own the property. No matter how it goes, if this is successful or not, you have equity. And then that assures we don't deal with what we're dealing with right now, because it takes a lot out of you. It is really hard to help people through their struggles. No offense to some people, especially when their struggles are like, why they can't, just why they have anxiety. And you're like, yeah, because the system's made to have anxiety. you know, like, um, no, I'm just clowning on that. It's it's an uphill battle because you're just constantly battling, especially being, you know, I have been in the smoke shop industry for 20 years now, and it has always been a battle to stay in business, to not have your products be removed from sales and everything. yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with you. I think that's going to happen myself. Except I think I just spilled out. Oh no, I still got enough water in there. Um, I concur. Let's take one together. You know what I mean? Uh, we'll switch this over to green. Green for the green. Yeah, it's a lot I'm just dealing with right now. And then my son, me and him just spent the day together, so that's why today's 24/7 live. I was on pause for most of it, just because I was really trying to focus on him for the day. But he's struggling. He wants me to be home. It's funny because you know, realistically, he's he's here with me. Like he's here. Why is it every time this bomb falls, the bull? Oh God! There we go. He's here with me more during this than I am actually doing my regular work days. like, like way more better quality time. Because like he came over last night and then we played games till super late. And then here we are. We're actually in my store. Um, we got the eviction notice. We're a few days away, so we're not going nowhere. They don't like us smoking in here either. We never did smoke in here, but it's funny because we were always accused of smoking here just because of the nature of our business. So, what are they going to do? Kick us out? They wanted to raise rent. $500 more. And there's so many properties around us for rent. It's ridiculous. So, um, yeah. So we're not hip to that. We're not cool with it. Yeah. But yeah, psilocybin and why psilocybin works. What games do we play? Oh yeah. Um, we're playing Minecraft. Have a fun world we call Dino City. It's a survival world with a city. You got all kinds of stuff. It's more scavenging than actually having to mine anything. Um, and then there's dinos that will eat you. So it's pretty fun. We just started it. It's been a blast. I've been wanting to play Civilization 6 as well, a little bit. Um, Unfortunately, since my car wreck, first person shooters and me don't agree. I was playing Starfield when I got in the car wreck, and God, man, it just sounded like me and my lady were talking about this, about just being like, everything kind of always sucking. This is just that. Like I love playing games with my kids, but first person shooters, I'm out right now. Like even when I play Minecraft with my boy, it's kind of like Pop stays in his base, and he doesn't chase around, run too much. Good, good. Yeah, give that like, give that follow, man. We're just trying to. This was the next phase, so we're like really pushing forward our project right now because we really only kind of have like 30 days to see how it goes. And we were working on our social media. We kind of got that going. We built out like all our framework, how to do paperwork, and how the process works, how the rooms are built, and everything like that. And then this next phase was going to be, we were expanding, doing more events, and then we would start doing Twitch feeds and Twitch shows, and we're actually going to have like facilitators come and talk to people about their services and what they offer, so we can continue to create content to produce a solid message out there right now, because the media is attacking us twofold. They're telling people that this is unaffordable, even though there are lots of options for if low cost next to free services. We call them scholarships. And then also the message that it could potentially destroy you, and you might try to pull a stomper on an airplane with 80 people on there. But that ended up being a case of that guy wasn't even from Oregon, so most likely he had research chemicals or amanitas, and so that's it. Hey, yes, I am a crazy beard man, and you have a crazy fist, and I sure hope that you hit that follow button. We're talking about legal psilocybin, and you're probably just watching a crazy beard man go crazy a little bit, maybe, and thank you for that follow. And yeah, we're just going live, and we got some fun games too. I got this one game that's real fun if anybody wants to join in on it. It's called The Source. It's not really a game, it's just like this fun the elemental card. Thank you for that follow. If anybody wants me to, you get 2 cards, and they're kind of fun. They're if you ever go to the Mega Mart, it's a fun installation over in Vegas. Yeah, this is kind of the little story behind it, which is real fun. Basically, you start giving your source to the company profits, and so forth. But you get 2 cards. The first card tells you what is already inside, and the second card reveals what is meant, what you must find. And so I'll do my own. That's what we'll do. But we're also talking. So, yeah, we're talking about psilocybin. And, the psilocybin program out here in Oregon. I'm a licensed psilocybin provider. We've been open since January. It's been a fun journey. It's been a very unique journey. It's been a very tough journey. It's been a very wonderful journey and amazing journey. And if I was to be gone tomorrow, I would have no problem with that, because of the fact that I have truly seen beautiful magic happen amongst my clients. Like, I don't even know how to describe it. My lady says they walk out with like lighter feet, right? And it is. I mean, here, I got one I could read you. It just, whenever I'm kind of struggling through the day, this is the one that gets me. One of my first clients too, and one of my first clients that are like, they're I'm underground, so we call them straight lace, the squares, but the way they responded: Willie, I hope you and your family are doing well. I wanted to give you feedback after so many months since my trip. It had been about 6 months. It has been a voyage of awakening without return to my previous ego-masked self. It comes with every flavor, sweet, sour, salty, but so much real and overall happiness. I want to read that one again, because that's what gets me right there. So much real and overall happiness. Happiness not as described by the New Age people, the ones who got something to sell you, maybe some cards or something to sell you, but a real awareness and compassion. Thank you. Happiness not as described by the New Age people, but real awareness and compassion. That's what the sessions do. They wake you up to your inner self. They help you see the things that are establishing how you act, and they work on it. Yeah, I'm about to pop these up. Facebook already knows too much. Yeah, you're on Facebook. Uh, when you're in there, make sure to go to Twitch. Hit that Twitch. I do have some merch too, by the way. You want to see some merch? Probably drop it in the comment. But let's pull this first. Let's see what my cards say. See what my cards say. Boom. Bam. That is my card for the first card. Tells you what is already inside. And then a second card. Ooh. Ah, yep, that's the one right there. Feel that energy off of that bad boy. Bam. Okay. For what is already inside. What is already inside here? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Lordy. Does it hit or what? Does it hit or what? Yeah. Already inside. Transition. Of course. Because, you know, it's like what we're literally doing right this second. Having to make a big transition. The hand that turns, motion and stagnation, embrace transition or risk falling behind the ever-turning cycle of day and night. Resist and the will may crack, sending you out of the order of things and deep into despair. Lean into the corners of the road. So transition, looks like I need a transition. Need to make this move. Need to get to Psycon. Need to link up with the right people. And if not, we still, you know, embrace the transition of the smaller location that we're going to do. You know, higher end services. I do. My goal is to help as many people. Like, dude, I watched the other night, it was Saturday, I watched so many people just walking up and down the street drunk. I was like, man, wouldn't it be nice if we could just change that one thing? Like the way we go out and have fun. And instead of going out and having fun and getting shit-faced drunk and causing drama and this and that, why couldn't we just, like, go have fun and talk about, like, philosophy or color? You know, coloring is super interesting when you're drawing, especially when you have like coloring lights that like change color on you. You know what I mean? So, okay, this is the proper one for the next card. Okay, oof, protection. Got the protection card. Oh, transition and protection. Boo, boo, boo. Straight form, solidarity. Come on, where's protection? I wish they would put these in alphabetical order. Like they really messed up on that. Alphabetical order would have saved us a lot of time. Okay. Light dances, shadows answer, but dark gives context to light. You see from many angles, plan for what you see, and don't fall for illusions created by subconscious projection. What? Well, I guess that's what it says for my journey right now. I gotta transition this bad boy and not let anything slow me down. So it's beautiful. If you want to play that fun game with me, you let me know. It's just a fun game though, by the way. I'm not like some super big believer of this. But if you, I just read Synchronicity by Carl Jung. So yeah. After you read that book, you're kind of like, oh yeah, no, there's a good chance that somehow these things will back up with what I need, match up with what I need, because the universe does move in patterns like that, and synchronicity is a real thing. So these cards are just synchronizing with my life and what I need to do. Plus, as human beings, most of the tricks to this stuff, like if I really wanted to ever get into this, is like, making it vague enough. Um, but I think the transition card and the protection card was kind of cool, because that's exactly what we're doing. We're making this transition. They're trying to force us, and we ain't going nowhere. We're not letting them make that one. That call for us. We're standing up for what we believe in. Let's see, some messages. What we got? Yes, I agree, Crazy Fist. Facebook does know too much. It does know too much. But hey, I mean, crazy thought. They got a crazy thought. You guys want a crazy thought? Here's a crazy thought. What if? Crazy thought for the day. What if in commerce, right? Whenever we're in commerce, we are on social media. That's really the only reason you should be on social media. If you aren't like buying or selling something, you could go visit your grandkids. Okay? Like put a phone call in. Get Skype or something. There's no really reason for social media unless you're selling or you're being sold. And so it's a basis of commerce, right? We wish it wasn't. We wish it was more. We wish it was more political, but politics is just commerce, with rules. So if we all contributed to commerce, these companies are making billions. Why couldn't we get to a position, right, where there is like a value added tax on that? And that actually funds some basic living. And then the people who contribute to it, they have the chance to do those earnings, right? Just like we kind of are doing with likes and becoming affiliate and partners and, influencers and all that stuff. And if that ever happened, if you were part of that commerce thing, then why wouldn't you be? Like, the only reason we have anything to worry about really is two things. And I've really gone through this and thought about this a lot, because I was a former drug dealer. So privacy is huge, because if you weren't private, well, something was going to happen. I mean, you had to watch what you were throwing in your garbage cans. Like, serious. You would go out to your garbage can, and the police would be out there in your garbage can. Not the police, but just some plainclothes looking people with your garbage can, and putting it in the back of a truck and driving off, and you're like, it's not garbage day. Yeah, that happened to me. You know what I mean? Like, just took my whole garbage can. And then the next day, it just was out in my house, just sitting there. Like, what the hell? And that's what it was. It was cops investigating me and going through my garbage, because that was public domain and they could do that. And I ran that lifestyle for a long time, and even when I was no longer in that lifestyle, I still felt that way. I always felt, very guarded, very protected. But after like I went through legalization, after the psilocybin opened up, I started openly talking about these things. That fear just kind of washed away completely, and I started really contemplating that, because we're seeing a lot of people in our society right now who may or may have not done bad things. Some of them, I want to believe it's so bad. I do. I don't like that person, like, at all. And I'm just, I don't know. I'm not gonna get deep into that subject, but there's questions, and you don't know, and everybody's sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And the reality is, like, no matter how much people say it, like, those are courts, you know. Um, Public record is public record. It's one thing, but courts is another. And the privacy protects them. And so we'll never see those things because that privacy protects them, right? But if we were to all kind of be contributing to this thing in commerce, this device that's constantly listening, this device that's constantly there, why couldn't we get to a point where, like, okay, if I'm in commerce, I have no problem with it being recorded, you know? And, you know, you want to know what I did in 2008? Boom, you can look at what I did in 2008, you know? It would help with commerce too, because then you'd be like, well, I want to know this person's a good business person. They'd be able to look it up. That'd be a follow up. And really, the only time we worry about privacy is when it's being used to judge us. You know, it's used to judge us. It's either used to protect the interests of those who are doing bad shit, or worrying about judgment. Because what if somebody finds out I like this thing or that thing? Oh my gosh, Willie T looked up LARPing one time. Yeah, this fat guy wants to go pretend to be a samurai one day in some woods with a foam sword. Right? Like, who cares? Who cares? It could be worse too, right? But, you know, let people just be people. Let them be free. Let them do that. As long as it's not hurting anyone. And yeah, that person was definitely hurting some people. So, fuck you. Okay? But, yeah, it's just a question I've been pondering. What's some of y'all's thoughts on, you know, privacy and the potential for, you know, social media opening up? I mean, could you imagine that? Could you imagine, like, if you were voting for a politician, and see, my children were the first to do it. Like, it was not too long after they were born that it dawned on me, and it was, yo, it was heavy. It was heavy when it dawned on me. It made my heart hurt, and I was like, well, our children are literally going to be the first children to have their whole lives on digital. There will be a digital footprint for every moment of their life. You know, before them, you know, baby pictures were maybe on a you know, frame on the wall, but my boys, their whole life is going to be digital. So I started pondering on that. What does that mean? Like, what does it mean? And we're watching it, you know. I mean, how many people are getting banned because you said something in 2004, you know, or something like that, you know? It happens. Like, and that was the thing I was trying to get through to my kids, because they would be young and they would, you know, they would say things that other rappers would say that they thought was cool, and but that was on the public. So it's like, that's going to be used against you one of these days. Trying to explain, like, well, what if the guy that you want to work for has a daughter? Or what if she was that daughter, you know, that grew up? And here you are, calling this, that, and this and that on your video that's going to be forever. Don't be doing that, you know? You got a digital footprint that's going to be there forever now. And that could be a good thing, especially for, like, politicians and people going for those important positions. You're just like, okay, well, let's look it back. Like, what's their record on that? You know? That's just a crazy thought. That was just a crazy thought. Yes, Night Raven. I agree. We're going to have a fun event coming up here. I'm going to change the light. Woo. So we're going to have a fun event coming up here soon where we're going to be painting. Wait, no. Rewind. Okay, we're going to have a fun event coming up very soon where we're going to be coloring mandalas with markers and fun pictures with markers while the lights change color. What this does is it makes the markers have a different effect, and your perception of the markers change as you color through these things. And so that's always a super fun event. We used to do it when we hosted various other, like, cannabis parties and stuff, and people had a great time. So I'm really looking forward to what that's going to be like on psychedelics. So that's going down this Wednesday, and we'll be making that happen. We'll have an open house space too, so you don't have to be on psychedelics. And those people, if they choose, will live stream it. The people who are on psychedelics, though, we can't live stream it. Just a heads up to that. So, but we will have them, and if they sign the right paperwork, they can talk about it before or after, and check that out. And yeah, I'm just excited to do some of. It's so sad because we have all of these projects that we're kind of working on, and the plan is to roll most of these projects out over the course of 3 years, roughly a new one every 3 months. So we had just made the decision to expand the space here, and we're gearing up and getting ready to make that happen. But unfortunately, we were faced with an issue. So we're fast tracking it. So we're kind of testing a little bit of everything to see what type of draw we kind of get, and to just see how equipment could work with it, and how what the reception of it is. I realize too right now the only thing that's really the giant hurdle in this is the paperwork. The paperwork is a giant hurdle because people can't just walk off the street, fill out paperwork, and then have a session. No, they have to walk off the street, fill out paperwork, wait 24 hours, have a preparation session, then have a session. And that could be a deterrent for groups of people wanting to go out. And I'm noticing that. I think it could be easily streamlined pretty quickly through digital, which we have set up. So I'm hoping to overcome that barrier soon. But that's just one of the barriers to trying to get this to go. The next barrier too is, one of the main profit drivers is mocktails and delicious drinks that are different colors and taste and flavors and just beautiful stuff. That's the second part of this. That's a little bit difficult. It's not happening. It's you can't sell somebody anything if they're under the influence. So I can't sell you a drink if you're under the influence. So we have some workarounds. We're trying to figure out how to do that. I think I have a workaround that could work. Unfortunately, I won't be able to market test it here. It's got some equipment that I'm going to need, some swipes that I'm going to need, some tools. I know there's a tool I could get, but it's like the one tool I need. Like I could do it if I had the damn flipper, That's what I would do. I would just program a Excel spreadsheet with the flipper, and then I would just give everybody little RFID cards, and then they just come up with that, and just boom, and then we just keep the price all the same across the board, and then at the end of the night, whatever they did use, we would just refund them, just like we do with psilocybin. So I know I'm kind of boring right now, and I'm sorry. I'm just like, I think I'm just hitting a wall. I'm on day 12, and every time my boy leaves, it just gets so like, I just want to quit. I just want to ride off into the dust, ride off into the sunset, and throw in the towel. Do something simpler, something that's not so stressful. I mean, dude, I can do marketing. I can do marketing all day and make pretty decent money. Heck, I know me and my son can sit here and probably make kids videos and probably do quite well. Like, especially when if I could get so disattached from all of my cannabis connection, But I also know what this does for people. Like, I really do. I've seen it. It's done it for me. It's done it for so many of my friends. And I can see the potentials. And the funny thing is I see the potentials in this program because even just an open, regulated market, right? It's you can't quite have the experience that you have with this. You can if you get the right position, the right things going on. But when you're able to disconnect and really be in a controlled environment, nothing's happening, no one's knocking on the door, no one's calling, no emails, and you're able to really let go and have somebody help guide you through that flow because our own minds sometimes will just get so attached to something and grip it or try holding on to it. But having somebody there to see that when it's sapping physically and be able to say, let it flow on by, these small little gentle pushes down the stream of this into your own, conscience, into your own inner self, has wonderful effects. Wonderful effects that I'm not the one, but I know that if there are already some great studies on this, but I know that if we couple these studies together with a little bit more, it would be impressive. It would be impressive. Like it already is. Look at some of the John Hopkins studies. Look at Robert Carhart Ayres. It already is impressive, like drastically impressive. And now they're even doing studies between, the synthetic psilocybin that they've been using for most of their studies, and like actual real psilocybin, which is having huge benefits. Huge benefits, like 30% straight up difference between reduction of repressed, I can't remember what they call that, but depression that is no longer, ruining your life. so so that's why, and there's a lot of people doing some good stuff, but like, they're therapists, they're psychiatrists, they're used to having a good profitable model, having a model that's paying them 150, 125, 130 an hour, 150 an hour, and this is something they could charge, very premium for, and they'll get it. But the thing is they're gonna want to get it. And the reason why I'm doing this, and the reason I'm existing here in this space, is because I'm here to remind them, I'm here to tell them, and I'm here to teach them, I'm here to show them that, we want to keep this for the people. Like, it needs to stay kind of in this people's realm. Because if it ends up getting too much further, it's already believed to be therapy, but it's not, right? There's some key factors that make it it's not. Insurance won't cover this, okay? And that's a bad thing because, insurance won't cover it, so it's going to cost you out of pocket. But when the insurance starts covering things, it's going to cost two things. Insurance covers something, it has to be coded. Okay, to be coded, it has to be diagnosed. To be diagnosed, it has to be from a medical professional. Now, it's already hard to get to see your doctors already. So there's this process, right? And most of your doctors aren't doing that. That's only psychotherapy. So that puts it at like upper middle class or better. So only the rich get this? Only the ones that have heavy insurance? The ones who can't afford it? The ones who aren't seeing overworked medical doctors? If it stays in the realm of the people because it's a plant, it's a fungus, this is a fungus, cannabis is a plant, you cannot patent or trademark any of those. They can't control it, Which brings me to a great question that I want to ask. and I am going to smoke one again. I did go get myself a whole bath. Change my clothes. It's been like a week. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that. Okay. I want to know what plants are scheduled in the U.S. Okay, well, I'm looking this up. If anybody wants to look into this, so why this is important is because, and what I'm kind of asking right now is the government, the United States government, the DEA, is about to host public hearings for cannabis December 2nd. So if you're an activist and you believe in this, you need to um, you need to hurry up because it's almost September. At the end of September, September 30th, so you got like less than 9 days. You have to submit a testimony so you can possibly, provide your testimony on the public record. This is important because it will show cannabis experts, and it will be the first time that the United States government has public record of cannabis doing good or harm, whatever you want to do. And so I was thinking about this, and I was talking with a person, and I was explaining how plants and fungus cannot be patent or trademarked. You cannot, like, no one could actually own the cannabis plant. United States government owns the THC molecule, but not the actual cannabis plant. And so, yeah, this is the full list. I got the full list, and it is not like. So my question and the thing I'm pondering is if the Drug Enforcement Agency. Okay, so the Drug Enforcement Agency has ruled that cannabis, um, THC of cannabis, is a controlled substance. So it's a Schedule 1, and it's not for any purposes whatsoever, medicinal or financial. Okay, so it has no value. Okay, which is funny because cannabis, sativa, hemp. Hemp had plenty of value. If you guys want to talk about legalization and the Hemp Stamp Act and why that happened, you just say it in chat, and I would gladly show you a bunch of fine hemp products and show you why hemp and cannabis were made into two separate things, and the evil word marijuana was formed. Okay, so getting tired. So the thing is if the cannabis plant is being rescheduled, if cannabis is being rescheduled into a Schedule 3, is this going to be the first plant, or is it specifically the rewriting of THC? It's most likely the rewriting of THC now that I'm thinking about it, but it doesn't. Blue Kitty Games, the Devil's Lettuce. Yes. Yes, we mess with the Devil's Lettuce here. We also mess with the Devil's Toe Jam, aka fungus, aka legal psilocybin. For informational purposes only, I'm here to answer any of those questions. I cannabis and psilocybin advocate. Been for 20 years, more than 20 years. And yeah, I'm just putting my stick in the mud because we're being evicted from our psilocybin service center location with about 2 months left on our license. So we've just kind of like decided to pull a DMX and be like, we ain't going anywhere. We right here. This is ours and we don't care. We right here. So yeah, we're not going anywhere. They gave us a no cause eviction notice. So we're gonna wait out and see the last few of our clients, and then we're also working with some potential people to either expand this project of providing psilocybin at a low cost, more fun experience, or just doing a medicinal psychedelic healing sessions for premium numbers. But I feel like this deserves to be in the lower class and the middle class people. I come from those classes, so it saved my life. I mean, it really does. There's a lot of things like you don't realize until like you start to kind of see it from the outside, like home ownership. Bro, that was just something in my life I never would have thought ever, that type of thing would be something that would be readily available. Yeah. So we're here to talk about psilocybin and all that fun stuff. What do you got? Scary. Yes, I will tell you all about why they labeled it hemp and cannabis. All right, so sit back, put on your seatbelt, take a bong hit, because this is about to get started. For many, many years, hemp was actually the fuel source of our world. Okay, hemp was. Let me show you. Let me go grab something. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. This is what we got. So, you know it as beautiful cannabis, but for many, many years, hemp, was grown and used as the first power source of the world. Okay, I haven't opened that door in a long time. So, it's this nice long fibers. Now, hemp is grown a little bit different than cannabis. It's grown very tall, very long fibers. Why did they grow these very long fibers? And why is it the first power source of the world? Well, I will tell you, it was to make two things. Rope. Hemp rope, very durable. Could handle water, could handle the ocean, the sea. It didn't get brittle. The masking tape's brittle, but the hemp is not. Okay? Hemp was then also used to make all of these beautiful fabrics. There's a beautiful canvas fabric, And these canvas fabrics, here's a, let me get to an actual thicker canvas. Yep, boom. These were used to make, if you want those, let me know. I do all that stuff. So the canvas was used to make the sails. And not only that, the hemp seed was used to cover the ships, okay? And so they would float. So the first ships that sailed with hemp. It was the first power source of the world. Fast forward, we're in the 1900s. What's happening? Oil's coming around, okay? Oil is kind of this new power source that can drive things. Furthermore, hemp was replacing, we were using a lot of hemp in paper and producing papers like that. And on top of that, the hemp was also in one of the first science magazines labeled as having over 30,000 uses. You can make plastics and everything. So there's a whole lot of new industries that are getting designed. The oil industry, the timber industry. These industries, you know, they have these things now. Newspapers were coming out on the regular. So the people that own newspapers, one of them, he was later on, his name was Ashcroft. No, Anslinger. Yeah, I had a chance to meet his great granddaughter. And she was all in the smoke lounge, and she's like, my grandpa wasn't that bad. Like, no, your grandpa was worse, okay? Like, sorry, like, you're a cool person, but fuck your grandpa. But Hanslinger owned newspapers, and they started putting out a lot of content out there, and they labeled it. So what they did was they labeled it marijuana. So there was marijuana, which was to define the smoking stuff, and then there was cannabis, which was still a very important rotational crop. It's a rotational crop, so like it actually puts nitrates back in your soil, which is really good, and it tills it up naturally. I want you to remember that. Don't forget that fact. All right, so they start pushing this whole thing, marijuana, and yeah, it was super racist, like very racist. Marijuana was designed as a Mexican word, you know, to look like it's something with the Mexicans. There was a lot of articles about your jazz musicians taking your wives with marijuana and various other things like that. So they really started to define the difference. Now, what eventually happened was the federal government stepped in and they started issuing what they called tax stamps. Okay, so if you grew hemp, you had to have a tax stamp. Well, they issued no tax stamps. It made it almost impossible. So hemp just kind of started disappearing. Well, the public's eye started getting more and more involved. Here came TV. A TV show called Reefer Madness popped up, which was like very over the top. You know, if you smoke marijuana, you're going to play the piano until your fingers fall off, you know, and go crazy. Woohoo, you know. And so that scared the shit out of everybody. The public was like, oh, we got to watch out for this scourge, marijuana. And so they had no clue of the two separations. And, you know, because hemp was grown so much differently, had such a different appearance. So eventually they were successful. No hemp tax stamps are out, and hemp marijuana was eventually banned and made illegal. It wasn't voted on. It wasn't chosen. Our elected officials did not get information, and it was provided this information, and they made a decision. No, it was pretty much pushed through legislatively, bill signed, and cannabis pretty much became illegal. And so that is why cannabis and hemp was legal. Now fast forward to today, okay? You are talking about an industry that is so big, that roughly $700 billion is spent a year to protect it. Okay? This industry is now in everything. The oil industry is in everything. Our pharmaceuticals are produced with oils. Our food uses a lot of high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup is made with corn and a byproduct of the oil industry. The corn that's grown on that ground, remember how I was talking about adding nitrates? Well, they don't add nitrates anymore naturally. No, 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 no. They just spray chemicals called anhydrous ammonia to add nitrates back into the water or back into the ground. And guess who? How that's made. That's another byproduct of the oil industry. So it is so deeply rooted in the grain of everything we do. It is mind blowing and a conversation for a different day. But when cannabis in Washington started to come around, there was this young man with a gleam in his eye and hope and a smile on his face, and he set out. I fought on 4 different efforts before we won with 502 in Washington State, and then once we won, I was the first to speak at the state about hemp. Tough day. I'll never forget, because all these very well educated people got up before me. Very educated, Yale, Harvard. Da, da, da. And here I am, I get up, I feel like I say and a million times. And I'll never forget those people. You were so well spoken. You said that was a perfect message. But that's what I got up to talk about. Was I showed the data with hemp, its potential, what the hemp industry was already at, because we were already importing hemp for various car parts. GM uses hemp for a lot of its car parts, and hemp just in other forms, lotions and all kinds of fun hippie stuff. But it had such a huge potential. For me, it was plastics. Plastic-based hemp is the future. Lignin removed hemp that produces a high-grade cellulose could be the thing that changes our addiction to oil, because our addiction to oil is not through gasoline in our cars. Our addiction to oil is through the plastics in our everything. And so if we were to able to produce renewable resource plastics, there is a huge potential for really changing the outcomes of our communities to being more self-sustainable. And that's why it was so not looked at, because you can't have conflict. You can't have a world full of conflict. You can't have ships and all of this high grade stuff protecting things in a world that is self-sustainable and has commerce among itself. We live in a world, let's get real, we live in a world where look at the sugar industry. We lived in a world where they would grow sugar, they would ship it over to another place where they would refine the sugar, then they ship it back and sell it all there. It's like, why are we doing all that? And that's another conversation for another day too. But let's check up on these comments. I hope I touched base on why hemp was. Oh, final thing. So yeah, when I got up there, I said it. I didn't realize it was already happening, because when the bill came out and we were past 502, it defined the difference between hemp and cannabis, which was important because that's what I was speaking on. I was speaking on the fact that there was this definition put into the state register, the state laws, and if that was the definition, then that defines the difference between cannabis and hemp. And if it defines the difference between cannabis and hemp, then hemp should not be taxed so that the hemp industry can grow. Because if the hemp industry could get within 30% of our finite resource industry, I think conscious buyers will make the decision to go that route. Little did I know that they were already planning that with Monsanto kind of in the background there. It's pretty much like just kind of stale in the water there for them. But hemp would also be the rule that would be used by my industry to become wealthy beyond all means. I watch many of my friends become unbelievably wealthy because of the hemp rule. They would just grow tons of flower. They even got to the point where they were just growing so much, and then they would extract it down, and they would just extract the THC and then call it something completely else. And then no, it's not THC because it was grown on hemp, even though it's just THC. But ecological disaster because you're growing this much to produce when you could just grow that much, cannabis. Um, but yeah, they lots of people. It was a craze. I sold a lot of it. I mean, I sold CBD when it was imported from Europe, and it was like $32,000 a kilo. When I got out of it, it was going for 800. You know, and it just became the thing. It became the thing so much. I stopped telling people I was involved with him. I didn't. Okay, it was a car. I did not want to have to explain the difference between hemp and smokable 50 state legal cannabis, right? Just go legalize weed in your state. If you need help with that, I can help. Yeah, and that's where we're at, So now we have all these products out on the market, um, and celebs have their own versions of these products, and it's a beautiful thing. We're trying to do the same thing. Oh, I gotta go for 2 seconds. I'm gonna read a story to myself. A stray lamb stood drinking early one morning on the bank of a woodland stream. That very same morning, a hungry wolf came by further up the stream, hunting for something to eat. He soon got his eyes on the lamb. As a rule, Mr. Wolf snapped up such delicious morsels without making any bones about it. But this lamb looked so very helpless and innocent that the wolf felt he ought to have some kind of an excuse for taking his life. How dare you paddle around in my stream and stir up all the mud? He shouted fiercely. You deserve to be punished severely for your rashness. But your highness, replied the trembling lamb, do not be angry. I cannot possibly muddy the water you are drinking up there. Remember, you are upstream and I am downstream. You do muddy it up, retorted the wolf savagely. And besides, I have heard that you told lies about me last year. How could I have done so? Pleaded the lamb. It wasn't born until this year. I wasn't born until this year. If it wasn't you, it was your brother. I have no brothers. Well then, snarled the wolf, it was someone in your family anyway, but no matter who it was, I do not intend to be talked out of my breakfast. And without more words, the wolf seized the poor lamb and carried her off in the forest. Remember, the tyrant can always find an excuse for his tyranny. The unjust will not listen to the reasoning of the innocent. Okay, one more wolf and sheep one, and then we're going to call it quits. Okay, I love you guys. A wolf had been hurt in a fight with a bear. He was unable to move and could not satisfy his hunger and thirst. A sheep passed by near his hiding place, and the wolf called to him. Please fetch me a drink of water, he begged. That might give me strength enough so I can get some solid food. Solid food, said the sheep. That means me. I suppose if I should bring you a drink, it would only serve to wash me down your throat. Don't talk to me about a drink. A knave's hypocrisy is easily seen through. I love ya. Oh, I had to read the story to the kiddo. Sorry about that. It does look like hay. Thanks, Blue Kitty, and everybody staying in. Make sure to hit that follow. Yeah, keep talking about hip and why why it was banned. So so here we are. We're pushing forward. Uh, the thing with the CBD is the CBD separates the compounds, right? So cannabis and hemp, you know, are being defined by its compound, okay? And not necessarily as a whole plant because you can't patent a whole plant or a fungus. And so defining these things by compounds and setting up various rules that highlight the compounds give a good position for pharmaceutical companies to maintain the control of the compounds. If the federal government owns the patent for cannabis, THC, federal patent for THC, then that it is the federal patent for THC is 6,630,507. That's the call number if you don't believe me. So, when they own it, so they can license it to whoever who they want. It's up to them to enforce it. And it's the same with something called the Paul Stamets stacks for psilocybin, which is psilocybin, lion's mane, and a hair of niacin. It helps the body absorb it. It's like 6 times more effective than any of those by themselves. And it helped me with brain fog. It's wonderful, wonderful thing. He has the patent, and of course everybody's trying to make him out to be a bad guy because he patented this, but he's pretty smart because it's you can own the patent, and it depends on who you want to enforce it. It's not like you just own it and somebody's going to just randomly sue you because you created something. No, it's that company that owns the patent, and then they have to push the issue and sue you to get it. So if somebody owns a patent and they want somebody else to use it, well, they'll just let them use it and they won't push the issue. And then if they decide they don't want them to use it, then they'll push the issue, and they'll sue the hell out of them, show the patent, and get it ruled. And so that's what's happening. So those compounds are creating a precedent for THC to be grown, plants only be grown with certain levels of THC and stuff like that, and that's what's happening. Hemp, back to hemp, just to talk about it. There's this beautiful thing in hemp called lignans, and it's not beautiful in hemp, but when you remove that, you can create a cellulose content that's really high and extremely well structured. A lot of cellulose from other products like soy and stuff, it's not a very straight structure. I think that's why hemp is like, if you get into the the deep hippie side of it, right? It's when you see the structures of hemp, it's so uniform. Like, it's unbelievably uniform. You know, its molecular connections are just designed to create the strongest, best plastics in the world. That's why GM uses in a lot of their parts. There's a lot of potential for that. Now, there's two types of plastics to talk about too. One plastic is called a polyresin type plastic. That's easy. It's already in the market for hemp. The transparent type plastic that you use in plastic cups and a lot of your everyday products, packaging for things like that, that's a different type of plastic. That can be made with a cellulose hemp, but currently the process to produce enough at a large enough area is just not funded. You know, it's just not funded. To build the first factory was probably a $13 million project, and I don't think they were able to actually get the funding together. Um, they try to do it with hemp products, but the market, like I said, it just bottomed out so fast. You know, you couldn't walk around the corner without Flavor Flav jumping out talking about his new gummies or something. It's not even a joke. I wish I could show you that stuff. How would I show you that stuff? Oh yeah, I could just bring it up on there and pop it up. All right, but yeah, so that's the story of hemp. That's why hemp, cannabis, all that stuff is kind of the way it is. You know, that's why it got such a bad rep. No, nobody is dying from weed. Nobody's dying from mushrooms. People are dying daily from aspirin, even dying daily from tobacco, from alcohol. And when I say this, I'm not some advocate that's saying we need to end those things, because we know what happened. It gets worse when it's banned. You know, and legalizing these things and working with them, providing safe, alternatives, safe abilities to enjoy these things is the best approach. Families should not be torn from each other because of the way they choose to relax. You know, you guys, there's barbecues going down everywhere in America. People are openly drinking out in public in front of their kids, and nobody says a word. Nobody cares. I don't care. Like, let's treat other things the same way. Of course, don't do heroin in front of your kid, right? But like, geez, don't freaking try to persecute everybody. Like, even the smoke shop industry, a lot of people don't know this. So the first name was Anslinger. That was the newspaper guy, right? And then came a guy by the name of Ashcroft, and they basically made it illegal to sell accessory products, and so they did the largest raids in the world for cannabis, smoke shop, head shop products, and some of my good buddies went to prison. A lot of them are out now, but yeah, people were doing 6 and 7 and 10 year bids for bongs for accessories. you know that's the head shops. That's where the industry survived. They still happened at the trade shows, and various head shops opened up. People did everything they could to keep their businesses safe. Like mine was I was a head shop, but I always people would come in and be like, "Are you a head shop?" I'm like, "No, we don't sell Grateful Dead stuff." We like specifically didn't sell Grateful Dead stuff just so we wouldn't get labeled a head shop. Like, dude, we're a fashion store that sells some cool stuff in the back. If you got your ID, you got your ID. All right, cool. Let's go check out this. I loved it too because selling smoke shop items was really wonderful. Because occasionally I would have smoked out Kool-Aids. I had this one lady come through, and she always did her clothes shopping. She always loved supporting local businesses, and she just loved our clothes. Like, we always just got super good clothes for super cheap. I had great suppliers, and we always had real cool stuff. My clothing lines were getting banned in schools, like that kind of stuff, like the more smoke shop related ones, because we did sell a few of those as well. But we sell regular clothes too. And I had this lady, she'd always come in. I'll never forget, she came in and I was all super excited. She goes, "Oh, it's so good to see you. I want to get you set up. We got these brand new shirts. I think your daughters would love these." Da, da, da. And she's like, "Oh no." And she's all like, so paranoid, and she's like looking around, and she's like checking outside, and then she's like, "Superman," and she goes, "I want to go to your back room." And I was like, "Oh yeah, come on, I got you." And so I take her to the back room, and we had a no leaf rule back then, so like there was no leaves, there was no stickers, no nothing. We carded everybody. I mean, we were 2 doors down from the police station before it was legal. Throwing our fingers up, saying we're going to legalize it. And my friend Vance too. He's working the back, and he is like he's like a sales guy, but he just don't read people very well. So like this poor lady comes back there, and he's like, and she's giving him the time, and he's trying to sell her, you know, a freaking 4 foot zong, like, I'm just like, no man, I think she's looking for something small that could fit in a nightstand. So something tiny that she could hide well. And so we got her all set up. But I'll just never forget that, because it's like I would have never expected this lady to be, enjoying her cannabis, but she did. And that was the beauty of it when I legalized. It just, God, man, it was a lot. I'd have little ladies who could barely push the door open coming in from Idaho talking about we drove over just so we could get some of that marijuana. Like, well, it's just legalized, so it's gonna take a year before we get the framework together to be able to sell it to you. But I hope you can make it that year. It just blew me away. All the different faces, the different walks of life. What it does when it legalizes. And of course, it's always the same thing. Oh, it's so expensive. Yeah, yeah. I wish you could do those interviews because it's always the same thing. Every state that legalizes, it's so expensive, man. Black market's better. And then 2 years later, yo, where did the black market go? It don't exist. I don't know any. Like, yeah, it's rare. Like the black market does go away after, supply demand concepts build in. As soon as legalization happens, supply is high, demand is low. Eventually, that switches around, and then you get a situation where, like here in Oregon, things were selling for so low that when I went to Vegas, there was giant big bags, and I was asking the price, and it was like 4 or 5 times the price of really good stuff from Oregon that was very much legitimate, but it was at 50 state CBD. I never thought I would see the day where shitty weed sold for more than real good weed. But I've seen it. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. So, yeah. And now we have psilocybin. And now the industry's doing the same thing. There are a ton of products on the market that are advertising themselves as magic, as mini doses, as microdoses, a gummy and this and that. A lot of them are made with, tryptamines. A lot of them are made with research chemicals, 5-DMEO-T or some shit like that. I can't remember the call sign for it. A lot of them are just lion's mane, salt bayed into a CBD product, the Delta 9 product or something like that. Because they make Delta 9 that's so freaking whack that it makes you trip. Yeah, it's not a fun trip. It is not a trip like you want. It's not the one you're looking for. These are not the trips you were looking for. Yeah. And that's what's happening. These are not the trips you were looking for. So, that's what would happen. And it's blowing up again. It's huge. And it's causing a lot of bad press for mushrooms right now, which upsets me a little bit, but I still fight the fight every day. It really upsets me, and they actually, I said it the other day. I was like, I get it. You gotta survive. You gotta make money for your store. You got family to feed. But to the person that is like desperate right now, that's just desperate, that's lost, that's going through it. They're in, therapy. Their therapist is saying maybe to do this thing because there's so much potential behind it, right? And they're hearing about this. They're reading the reports. They're seeing the documentaries. They're doing the stories. And they're thinking, well, this place sells mushrooms. It says magic mushroom right on the package. They go and get it, and it don't work. Or worse, according to FDA, some of them making them sick. They end up in the hospital. they have a disassociative experience instead of an associative. Like there's all kinds of little caveats. And it's like, yeah, okay, great. You sold them $40. You made 30. You know, but are they better at the end of the day? Are they finding the help they need? Did they find the source they need? Or now they possibly feeling worse, like maybe nothing could work? And mushrooms don't work every time. I'd have to say, in my personal opinion, though, it definitely works more than half the time. And that's a win right there. That's a win. So, I need to play a game or something. Actually, I don't need to play a game. I need to work right now. I did take most of the day off. I was here because I'm not going nowhere 24/7. I'm here in my shop. I'm spending the last 30 days in my shop. That way, nobody can say Willie T didn't fucking try. Because I fucking try. I think the worst part about this is how much time I put towards, paying my rent through the pandemic when we didn't have rent, when we weren't making money for rent, but somehow I still made it happen. Risk everything, working 6 and 7 days a week, missing my baby boy really growing. I could have done what everybody else did and not paid my rent and stayed home, and then the government would have took good care of me, and then I could have caught up and not had any late fees or anything, just like everybody else did. But nope, I was a man, and I went to my people and I said, we're both struggling, and if we're going to be successful, we both need to work together. So I'll pay half now and then pay off the rest once the pandemic's done. But the idea that it was going to be 6 months. 2 years later, I'm still was paying it, and then paid it off in full. But we never really recovered, We kept just struggling and struggling. And we were making this transition to this new business, which has potentials, but it's a transition, So, yeah, we would fall a little late here, a little late there. Not drastic, we're talking a week, 2 weeks, month at tops. We never were a month late, never more than a month late, and he had an ultimatum. He gave us an ultimatum. We made sure to meet that ultimatum by his deadline, and then still received eviction 2 weeks later. Found out that he wanted to increase rent by a third of what we're paying right now, because after the pandemic, all the prices went up. So he's just being, thinking he could be getting $1,800 instead of what we were paying at $14, and decided to do it this way instead of actually coming and saying, let's sit down and negotiate like a human being. And because of that, I'm going to put my stick in the mud and say I'm not moving until my license is up. Once my license is up, then we'll move. I mean, at $800 a month, I'm not giving up 3 months worth of licensing. That is not happening. And then just the fact that I'm no longer a human to them. I'm just a profitability. It angers me. It really hurts. Really hurts. And I'm not going to stand for that, because I did what was right and I'm getting punished for it. But it's not a punishment, because honestly it's just the universe saying I need to make this switch up anyways. The new location we're looking at that we could do bigger fun events is pretty good location. Like, I'm really excited about that. Plus there's a potential for 2 other locations with the right person. And then I also, if all else fails and nobody wants to jump on and help build out an industry that spans 2 states instead of just one, an industry that works together cohesively. If I can't make that happen, then I got a nice little oceanfront spot that, I can sell off into the wind and do services once every few months. I'll be fine. So don't worry about me. I'll be fine in that sense. What I worry about is humanity. What I worry about are people so lost in how they feel about themselves, how they feel about how they're perceiving others see them, and they're latching onto these identities that are hurting themselves, that are hurting their loved ones, hurting their families, and they're so attached to it. And I think that with these experiences, that could change. If you go to my website, I got a blog on there. You can read some of my thoughts on that. And do that. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys. I just want to extend an extra thank you to you folks right now. Just because I wasn't feeling it. So I want to thank you for just dropping in and dropping a couple comments and just saying hey, because when I sat down in this chair, the weight of the world was on me. Bronson misses me so much. He just wants me to be home. I want to be home, and it would be easy for me to quit right now and just go home. I don't even need to pack anything up. Take out a few things I want, do a quick sell. Everything else I could send to a partner of mine, and he'll pay me wholesale on it. So that's not a big deal, I could walk out this door right now and be just fine. But that's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is to finish up the services I have for the people I have, to try to keep this thing going, to try to keep representing, to try to keep lowering the cost so everyone has access, to try to change the way people have these experiences, making it a fun setting that you can go out to regularly, instead of going out on Friday nights and drinking and then having a hangover all week. Going out and really resetting yourself. Those things would be fun. Those things could work. Those things could work in a bigger market too. A Denver market for sure. Plus the things we're doing with VR and stuff. That's actually what I'm going to do tomorrow, I think. Is I'm going to hook up the VR, because we have the VR room over here now. So you see the little green screen. So we moved the thing open so we could draw that in.
Sure we are, bro.
And then we could set up our camera, and we could actually record live stream VR. So, and what I'm wanting to live stream in VR are some of the apps we use for the experience. So we'll do some meditation, and then I'll do some breath work. So if that's something any of y'all are interested in, just say it and just drop it. Make sure you hit that follow. Make sure you hit that like. This is the next phase. We plan on doing podcasts and regular things with our facilitators to keep having these open conversations. So we have a program coming out called Cyberspace soon. You guys will check that out. It'll be cool. And that's what we're doing. I've been talking though, and I want to smoke this bowl. So say hello. Say hello. I think we actually got up on most of the platforms too, if I remember right. I reset the computer today because it's been over a week, so I wanted to refresh all the caches, all that good stuff. So hopefully the stream is moving a little bit smoother. The bit rate should be good. We weren't having too much issues the last round. We have, let's see what we got here. Let's see what stations we're on here. Okay, let's see here. Did we make it on to Facebook? Did we make it onto Facebook? Yep. Book. Did we make it onto Facebook? What's up, Facebook peoples? Hey. Thank you, Christina. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. My love. Alright, let's see if we are. Nope, I don't think, because usually TikTok pops up a TikTok thing. Let's make sure YouTube is live. And you can't go to YouTube right now without seeing the diddler. The diddler. I don't even like Buffy, but this is wild. Alright. Boom. Good deal. So we're live here. Good job. Let's see, Instagram. Are we live on Insta? Nope, we did not fire Insta up properly, so that one is not live. Twitter. I don't think we are live on Twitter. Nope. All right. Is it saying to me what my community standards are? Of course it is. It's saying, don't you do that thing, Willie. Don't you do that thing. Don't you do that thing. What if you do that thing and somebody dies? What if you play the piano so hard your fingers fall off? That's what I need to work on. I got work to do. I need to put some work in on that stuff. If I put some work in, I could probably put a little 6-hour in on this. I think I could get a good grasp on the last part. And if I have some extra time, I could work on. We're still working on some of our cyberspace pre-production planning. So if any of y'all have any weird questions or anything like that you want to just kind of add in there, let me know. Too, I want to say I have this amazing light here.
I'm gonna fucking up it on you guys, bro. I swear, it's over with.
There we go. What is it at? There. Oh, blue. I'm blue, blah baby, blah blah blah, blah baby, blah blah blah, blah baby, blah blah blah. Oh, what's up on the cards? Come on. Who wants to get the source card? I'll read your source card. Oh man. see who followed me. Let's see, Crazy Fist. Where you at, Crazy Fist? Crazy Fist is getting a follow. Where are you at? Yeah, follow that dude. Yeah. Good job, Crazy Fist. X Knight. Oh yeah, you're getting that follow too, buddy. I appreciate you. Alright, make sure you hit that follow. And we'll get those I'll follow you back, of course. This is a network thing. I'm not pretty enough to stare at and just blindly follow. This is an exchange. And hopefully you tell enough people about what you saw. You're like, you know what? I know this crazy fat dude that, you know, he stood up for something. I've stood up for a lot of things in my life, and I think probably that's what this is too. It's just kind of a ode to myself to just sit the fuck down for a minute. Like I fought for legalization of cannabis. I'm working on advocacy for psilocybin. You know, I even fought for getting the path open in front of our stores during a construction project with the city. You know what I mean? We could put that up. I fought in Washington State too. I was able to get it so the power company on the east side of the state, was it Vista? My God, it's been so long I can't remember the name of the company. But they were no longer allowed to just shut you off. They required that they actually knock on your door or provide you at least a text or something before they did that. We made that happen. Don't even get me started about the banks and EFTs. That was part of it. I worked with the Occupy, and we marched against the banks, and you know, there was more than just an armchair here, I'll tell you that. All of this all this came when I settled down. All this came when I got a job that paid me well. You know, and since there's four of you in here, I'll tell you this story. Like a job that when I first got the job, I gave one total, which I thought was plenty. And much love to you, Zay. Thanks for stopping in, homeboy. Yeah, and you know, they doubled my pay. They doubled my pay a week later. I did not know my own value, you know. And eventually I just kind of got into sales, and that's just where I stayed. I stayed in sales, and it was nice because I didn't have to fight and struggle, and I didn't have to ride, you know, midnight bus rides to get to and from work. Like I used to have to, I used to work in, if I'd stay too late and miss the bus, then I'd have to stay overnight, catch the first bus in the morning. Put me at, you know, some pretty rocky places. But yeah, that's where I got into just doing sales behind the counter. I had my shop, so I would do sales. I would do cleaning solution sales, and did some glass sales. I even sold some vapes for a little bit. A lot of that was phone call, interaction, call numbers, you know. And so and then once I had Bronson too, I just had to put it away. And so like when 2020 was happening and all those people were fighting for their rights and standing up for different things, I was sitting back and I let things happen. And recently I've let things happen too, you know. I've let part of mine close out like only month 6 into the actual opening of the project, month 18 into the full project on a 34-month project. 32 months was what it was. So 2.7 years. Um, and that was just me. So this is me just standing, saying, you know what? If this is my head shop, if it's gone, then I'm gonna write it out in it. I'm gonna get some work done, work 24/7, work straight through. Try to present the data that we needed, that we had planned on doing for the next year. We plan on doing this data. We basically plan on doing it for the next 6 months. And then once Colorado was opening, which would have been springtime, we would have had the data to then push for a Colorado location based on the data we've learned here, because nobody's seeing it. Hey, I'm live, and so if you, Silas, hang on, I'm sorry. Call of Duty bringing out the worst in people, right? So, but it's good. So that's what I got going on. I appreciate the Facebook people dropping in. Um, I guess I haven't really monitored the Facebook as much, uh, but it's cool that the Facebook is working. I still call it the Facebook. That's how you know I'm old, I guess, right? It's the Facebook. They gotta find them on the Snapchats. The TikTok is doing it. The TikTok is not doing it. Oh, I have merch, by the way. I didn't grab it. We're doing the giveaway. I need to do research on that. I need to do that. Oh, that terpene profile, man. Whoo. That's what you gotta go for. This one's got that very floral sativa. Love it. Hey, Facebook community, just a heads up. We are doing live events. So, Wednesday, it's going down. We're doing Mandela marker coloring with colored lights. I don't know what to call it. I'm going to put it through ChatGPT and try to come up with some fun names. If anybody's got a fun name, drop it for me. But yeah, we're going to color mandalas and various art with markers while the light changes. I do this all the time when I'm helping clients to keep myself calm and collected, because you got to be present for the client. And so I color just to keep myself going when they're going through an introspective moment that could be upwards of 2 hours. So I love seeing the color change because it gives you an idea about perspective, because the colors change based on its perspective. And being in our current system that we're currently in, facing with the current situations between red and blue, it would be kind of fun to sit down and notice that the colors that you see change with your perspective based off the light you see. And it's a great concept. So we're going to be doing that here. It's an open house thing, so you can come. You can just check it out. If you want to do a session, we have an area for people who are doing sessions, and you can go check that out and be part of that. So that's going down Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night. So, pop in, say hi. We'll have the sign out front too. It's not the world's best sign. We're not spending the money on a great sign for 30 days. Like I said, this is all quick 30-day experiment. We've been operating off of the current model, the therapeutic style model. We just had a fun room. So we have a room that you can turn up. So we have a room that's plain. It looks like the medical setting that you'd want. And then we have a room that's turned up. The lights change, the colors are bright. That room gets fun. It's
Come to buy, come to buy.
it's also it's also
Body, I got a K.
I like it because it helps stimulate
Okay,
stuff.
I'm dead.
I find that a lot of clients really gain a lot of personal insight when they have these moments that they can experience something. They'll have these deep integration moments. Not integration moment, I'm sorry, deep inner perspective moment during the journey, and they'll kind of come out of it and you kind of like see things. I gotta get something to drink. And you'll see like the colors or the tapestries, and they'll kind of help jar memories and different things like that. So like you don't know how many times the Alice in Wonderland has kind of helped kick something off. That's a great one. The color yellow did a real wonderful work for another client of ours when the light change would change. You know, um, and it's in those moments that you could, sometimes you could find what you need to work on. You could find the thing that's kind of defined who you are, defined how you interact. And I caught it on camera yesterday, and I got so much editing to do, but I think I'm going to do that on the train because I'd love to get this stuff put together. But the other day, I caught it on camera. I think I did. A friend of mine had come in and had offered me some food, man. Some pretzels, some cinnamon pretzels. They were so good. But at first, I couldn't accept them. Right? Like I kept like, oh, these are cool. Yeah, that's neat. Here you go. Like it's like, I was like, no, here's your thing. I kept trying to give her back her thing. And it hit me in real time. Like I personally, I was feeling this type of way. I couldn't accept her gift without like having this anxiety, this build up, this thing, right? I don't know what to call it. We'll just call it the anxiety, and that trigger is what it was, right? Because I had been dealing with some of my own personal issues of abandonment, because that's kind of my first thing that set my default mode network into play, which has been a huge thing I've had to work over, and so I was having some feelings on that, and it was slowly affecting me, and I was able to recognize it, and because I was able to recognize, I was able to get a cap on it, to control it, to understand it, to let it not affect more of my day, to let it not affect the joy of receiving this gift from this friend instead of this anxiety, because only winners get things like that. Da, da, da. That kind of stuff. So, it's like you work these things out, right? And that's all the mushroom does. You still got to do like therapy. You still got to work on these things. You still got to notice them. The mushroom just gives you the ability to kind of see it. And I've had a moment where, I've seen it on a psychedelic. Like, I've seen myself go back to right before that moment and just having that feeling of overall just joy. Not joy because there comes a little bit of fear with it, but I think it's just an overwhelming sense of wonderment, curiosity, absorbing just everything, right? Like there's that moment where we were like that. We're at that childlike state. We're absorbing everything. Where even the most simplest thing, like a bird or the sun even shining through a window, can just be amazing, you know? And in that moment, I could see that moment myself too. And the funny thing is, I could even attach it to the picture that was taken that don't even exist anymore. I don't think. Maybe it does. My mom says it does in a storage unit somewhere, but God knows. And having that feeling there, and then also knowing the feeling that was after that. The feeling of being on the run. My dad just getting us going and constantly moving, always being the new kid with the funny accent, that kind of thing. And we all have our moments we go through. It's in these moments that we kind of have that connection. Like for me at that moment, after having that understanding, having that feeling, that absorption, that like understanding of the world, watching my dad laugh because we were basically looking through on a battleship, a rocket tube or something, and making faces at each other, right? And you can have that little moment where you kind of like see that again in a way, but seeing it through a different perspective. And through that different perspective, I started laughing and crying because I was laughing over the complexity idea that these toys that I left when we had to move was what I had blamed and put everything on. Yet it was really knowing that my dad loved me because he was showing it that day. That day I was feeling it. That day I was understanding it. That day I was absorbing it. Something I never ever really felt after. And it wasn't until I was an older man that I seen another man show their kid that. Show their kid just basic love. Just a real hug. Okay, I ain't never seen that. No one in my life ever did that. No one around me ever did that. Everybody we knew was struggling, And that's the way it is for a lot of people. This is not just my story, but this is my story, and this is why I'm telling it. Because I've seen it in myself, I've seen it in my clients. You get where you understand these things, and once you have a grasp on them, the things that are floating by just don't affect you as much. Because you know that you're acting that way because of these feelings. Because of these established feelings that your default mode network says, whoa, 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 I'll protect you. Don't push that person away. Yep, push that away. You're angry, be strong, stay where you need to. And you're able to kind of realize that. And then you can make choices on how you're going to interact. And my choice this time was to say, we ain't going anywhere. We right here. This is ours and we don't care. We right here. Because more people need to find that. And I hope the therapist and psychiatrist, I hope y'all are checking some of these videos out later on and you're just hearing it, seeing it. You could be laughing about it like, oh my gosh, this Willie. But the point is, this is what it does. This is what it does over this is what it could do for somebody so hurt. I mean, it's nice to see what happens to people it's nice to see what happens to people who are dealing with anxiety and those things, because it is such a beautiful turnaround. But it's also what it does for, um, like a, lots of us have gone through so much, so much. So I hope that some of the things I'm working towards and seeing with this default mode network and the way it works with psilocybin and in my interactions, um, I'm working on getting it more figured out. Um, I love seeing it every day we go forward. Some clients get there, some clients don't, and it's going to be interesting to see how it all, especially with this integration. We had a new viewer. Oh, never mind. Zaraki. At least he got the best viewers this time. We appreciate the bots. You know which bots we really appreciate? The bots that at least hit the follow button. No, I'm just joking. I don't really care. I'm not trying to be an affiliate. They probably would never pay me out anyways. I think we are already affiliate, but they're like, oh no, you gotta be a partner now or whatever. They're never gonna pay me out anyways. So, due to the nature of our business, we're regulated goods. Even though I am not offering any goods or services through here at all. This is all for informational purposes only. My channel is for informational purposes only. And you're more here just to watch the guys play some video games, go a little crazy here or there, and do that. Which, by the way, I think I'm going to do. I don't know why, but I do want to play a video game. What? What? What are you saying? Oh. Okay, so I'm playing some Minecraft. Minecraft. Some Minecraft. But we're not playing that one. No, no, no. That is Bronson's Creative City, where we blow things up. I should be working though. I should work, but if I work, I'm just gonna be over there and oh, what happened? Oh. I'm scared.
I think it was just one dude in here. Now he's firing back his image.
That little piece just had a spawn, I guess. I don't know. So what's up with our town here? Our town is fun because guess what? Yeah, you see that. This is Dino City, man. Duh, duh, duh. Dino City. What's up, dinosaur? I'd kiss you, but your teeth are too sharp. Okay, so let's see here. I should definitely get back. I should work. I should not be playing a video game right now. Alright. Yeah. This is dumb. I should not be playing a video game. I need to work. 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 But that's a T-Rex climbing a tree. Oh man. What's up with the T-Rex climbing a tree? Alright, come on. Is anybody gonna say I should go after the T-Rex climbing in the tree? Oh, what? I don't know what happens to those. So I pick it up, but I don't actually have it. Oh man. It was a farm. It Oh lordy. Well, this was an animal farm. I guess we're gonna have to yeah. Bye bye sheep. Cows down to just one cow. Oh man. The bees. Oh, look at that. You got some bees. Alright. Chicken. We're gonna have to I know what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to make a roof or a turret for the T-Rex. got some things I want to do. I'm gonna put my headphones on. Let's see here. Make sure that's off, so you guys aren't hearing my music. I don't want to get copyrighted. Copyright hit. Some of these. That's beautiful. Oh, let's make a little annoying promo to close this out. Right? I'm sorry, but I'm gonna make something little promo here. Hopefully, I'm just gonna do this. Oh yeah, you should definitely watch us on Twitch and YouTube, and you can win some stuff. It'll be really cool. I'm here to listen. Alright, that's dumb, but yeah, let's get that document out. Get some music on here in a sec. that value is. That's what that value is for sure. Hey, babe. Sorry, private conversation. Hello. Thank you. Waka Chilino. I need working. Hello, I am looking. Make sure to hit that like, and I will follow you. And if I see you, I will come back and say hi. I appreciate you. Okay.
What?
I can't do this right now. I gotta switch this up. Okay, let's just work on the other project. This project you gotta work on when you feel confident. Why am I having trouble with my thing here? cyberspace. Think of all the to-do items. Just focus on this. What the fuck is wrong with you, Willie? Come on, baby. Okay, cut this down. We're all the way through 4 already. So I literally just have to wait on that. Let's just go through, make sure it's good. hell? A hair just like chopped me. Goofball. Let's get on some audio. 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 Play some music. Oh, that was loud. What up? It's a music app. Where's the music app? Why? Ain't nobody care about no damn rebels, boy. Oh yeah, between those two guys. Don't take me away. Nope, don't want to get copyright hit. There you go. audio just sounds so off for some reason. Sounds like it's in a tunnel. Mm, 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 mm. This sucks. Like, why is my audio so shitty right now? See if this works better. Yeah, that's definitely way different. That shit's broke. Why is that broke? That's definitely broke. That's just, this sounds great. Mm. Not really. I don't play Fortnite, but uh-oh. A spending deal averts a possible federal shutdown and funds the government until December. I'm sick of that news. We struggle. We have a hard time paying our bills. We don't just get to negotiate printing more money. One thing for sure, there's a lot of people doing drugs in here. Dylan Francis, this is funny. Music didn't go wrong. All right. Pa's girlfriend. A little bit of that religion thing. We're open to hearing those stories, hearing your guys' maybe, right? Maybe that could feeds. I believe we got the feed set up so that crazy thought. Here's a crazy thought. So, a moment of my going to work point where they were just growing so much, and then they would extract it down, and they would. There.
And then
things that I didn't, and I'm not looking life I've done
Would throw up.
is what we need the most.
We're gonna watch an episode of a program that we're putting together. It's called. I'll just play it because I actually want to see how far TikTok will go.
It improves their health outcomes.
I think now
through the relationship.
Psilocybin.
we do these. Have
The nest.
we're not doing well. What are we doing today, Teacher Bet 2020?
take the camera for 2 seconds while I go just say hello to a friend of mine real fast, and then
Go. Happy we got live going. So now I can actually Minecraft. I play Minecraft as well.
That's the map, Dad.
Yeah, we're back.
Where are you, Dad?
I'm playing, I'm coming outside. Yep, come make a drop, and then I'll show you how to get to the,
You accept me? I got on the wrong one.
I think you just ran across the...
Jingle bell,
Move out of my way.
jingle all
Bronson, can you come up to the... Oh, look at that dinosaur. Look at that. Oh. Dang it. A refresh. Camera layout set up.
Wait, I'm back.
You're back?
I got
Good.
all this
Thank you for tuning in. If you're tuned in, we're getting close to a refresh. Oh, excuse me. We are actually. Look at this. Are we still live? Yeah, we're still live on there. Yeah, we're still live here too. We appreciate that. Yeah, so we're about to go on to day 12 or 11. I don't know. It's all starting to blend together real bad. Gonna try to get some new clothes in tonight. God, this is all put together in less than yeah, so hanging in there. We got the green screen laid out tonight, so we're gonna try to do some stuff, some VR stuff. how many calories it took to get you the sandwich. Here's what's happening. Once we get inherently sandwich, it's a place where forever be. During my cut all the cost and that. Thank you, Coco, for dropping in. I'm gonna take a real quick smoky break, use the restroom, and then I'll be right back. the button. Here, watch this. Well, there's, you know, sorry. Don't go out and record someone's sad life. Oh, that was solid right there. Yeah. That was a put. I need to actually turn that a bit shallow. Put that inside. Fine. Anything would be that hard to chop up. There it is.
No, it's get more songs. We have more fun over here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yes, thank you guys for joining me this lovely day. I'm going to sing one more song, and I'm gonna rate out.
Pull the second half of that one. Think the fly. Catching fire as the wind blows. no surprise. See $1 billion in your eyes. I wanna run away. I wanna run away. Anywhere at this place. I wanna run away. Yeah. And
Can't get enough of your love, babe. Oh no, babe. Girl, if I could.
okay.
Yeah, we'll talk.
We're young. We're walking around. Our brain, a young, going away, just becoming, okay. I knew we needed to. I had to go to court, and I'll never forget because I'm in court. I get that trigger. There it is. Okay, okay. Let it pick easy. Wait, what? I gotta pick the wrong game. Oh, I can't remember. Oh, I can't see half the screen on this thing. it. Okay. Okay. I could have trapped him in here. So cool. Oh, I messed up. Oh, I get the video to trim. How long? How long? How long? Gosh, damn it. Okay. think he covered me. am the king of the beast. Oh. Okay. Huh? Wrong tool. Where's the right tool at? There you go. Clever girl. Uh-oh. Got a bunch of off ones over there. Oh no. I gotta freaking get. I gotta give you some stuff. Okay. I got myself a T-Rex. Hey, that's so sweet. Alright, let's get this video out. Good or inherently bad. this map because this map is kind of like, you know, it's kind of not Minecraft. It's kind of like Minecraft concepts and fun stuff, but with some fun. Oh shit! I was like, kill everybody. There's a picture. Oh. Perfect. Where's the... Hmm. Damn. I wanna know. I could swear. Ah. We're gonna have to go find it, I guess. Hmm. Touch of Right. The exit. Oh.
They went. Santo.
Should not be just standing out here. Man. Okay. Hmm. Man, come on. Where did I see that? Alright. Gotta get out of this village. Go back and pop ups and handle this business and then leave. Go visit with my dinosaur. Aww. So nice. Okay. Yes. I think this is the last one in this section. is beautiful. I'm fucking bored of this game. Alright. That's 2. I got a good grasp on everything.